What's up, guys? Kind of looked like yesterday's price action. No, well, there's aspects of it, yes, but not really. Hmm. Is the AMD bear thesis dead? I don't think the options chain has changed much, but it's still getting a boost from NVIDIA, which isn't helping things out. That's not the right. Yeah, so it hasn't squeezed off any of the sold calls at 165. But it's trading above them for now. If it loses 165 again, probably back to 157.50, and then support at 155. So yeah, no big changes in the positioning there, but still really needs to drop below VN. Which yesterday's price action and today's is well, looks like it bounced off VN and got rejected at the higher tests. Well, that was yesterday. Today. So rejected at 170. Yeah, so I'd look for a failure back under 165. Could double top on the 1 hour. I just wanted to say thanks for the condor you dropped end of stream yesterday as my best winning play in weeks. This is why I couldn't get a fill on all 25 of my contracts. You sons of bitches. Why is a country so bad at estimating what labor data will be? Do you have no idea where jobs are coming from? I think the labor data is just made up, right? And then we adjust it back to the actual values later on once everyone's forgotten about it. Alarming to have estimates off by almost 100%. Yeah, it's we call that a volatile data set in the business. It's okay. Don't forget that all of the BLS's calculations are just incorrect, but we'll fix them next year. Right? That's what matters. Ew, I saw that. Hmm. Foop. Thanks, Ivan. I want to place bets on what this morning numbers get revised down to. Well, we're not gonna find out for a while because I don't think they don't revise the NFP data right away unless they revise it up. What I thought was most interesting about the last major revision they did was that several of the NFP data sets from last year had been revised up the day they printed, and then all of them were revised down. Yeah. So if you guys remember in 2003, there were quite a few bad NFP prints that were immediately revised up the morning they printed. And like revised up a lot, right? I think one of them was like 200,000 to 300,000. But then at the end of the year, they revised them all down and then lower than their initial print. When you say jobs data is made up, it's classy and nuanced. When I say it, I'm a crazy conspiracy nut. Yeah. It's all about delivery, poopy pants. What you need is a background in macroeconomics and get rid of the sandwich board that says labor data is made up and the little bicycle trumpet. You don't need more children, all right? You're just unduly burdening yourself. Your breeding kink is worse than Elon's. I think we break down through 5,700. It doesn't look like we will right now. But we could. The gamut of the downside's fairly flat. Like falls off from 57 under 5705. There's a little support at 90. But it could drop as low as 85. 90's DN now. I would say we're perfectly stable right here. I mean, gamma's a bit negative at spot, so we might move back up to like 15. Closer to the top of like weekly GN. But to the upside of us right now, 15, 20, 25. A lot of sold calls. 15 and 25, some sold puts. 20, some bot puts. Net bot puts, I should say. 5705 sold puts. So that's where the 5705 bounce is coming from. As we're bouncing off of those sold puts there. But if we were to lose the 5705 sold puts, you know, and GN on the monthly, which is like 5702, I would say we could move down about $15. It's not very exciting. Just like, well, you know, there were two outcomes for today, right? We either got strong labor data or weak labor data, and we got really strong labor data, but that's not really bullish here, right? And we're still carrying a lot of risk premium on oil, which increases volatility and messes things up. So inflation's bullish for specific sectors. It's not just broadly bullish. P-fix me harder. I own a significant amount of that, and it's fantastic. Thanks to the overnight condor. Yeah, no problem. I mean, this is kind of what I expected to happen. We got a little bit bigger of like a opening move, but it didn't last, right? Too much volatility. Options were too expensive. I mean, if inflation goes back up, then yeah, the commodity cycle will slow down, right? And money will start to flow back into dispersion. Oh shit. Why not? I thought I started the Discord. My bad. There we go. I apologize. I found out my dad looks like my dad bought like 100K worth of PFix, sub 40. Nice. Let's see. Yeah, right now I'm up 1,434 bips, and it's just rocketing. I can't wait for it to get back to 50, or even better, 75. What a great fund. If inflation goes back up, when, my guy, when, yeah. Thanks, J-Pal. I wouldn't say that Cody is similar. I've heard of it before, but it's like a sector, like a niche sector fund, isn't it? It's not. It's not really similar to a one that's specifically invested in the 20-year. PFIX is a like a put position on the 20-year Treasury bond. They pay a fat dividend. That's how. I think I got 20 cents a share like a couple days ago. It's like leveraged long yields. We are kind of in a diamond top. Today's retest of the upside might indicate that we got the 69 bounce that we were looking for. In which case, yeah, buyers still really weak between 5,700 and 5,669. So not a lot of people want to buy this dip. Shitty. Even with the labor data, right? But that bounce also might mean that we're gonna consolidate longer before failing, right? EMA 30 is getting awfully close to spot. Looks like we'll pick up some CTA sellers. Hmm. Where did my wiener go? Where does that do that? It disappears when I like move away from the page. 5620, 25. Yeah, so it looks like below 5630, 5570, we would start to see possibly some CTAs dumping. They're carrying a decent amount of bags. The distribution for today is like we close at 5702 or 5650. Excellent. I could do with either of those. Housing inflation is the main issue. I can cut back on things I buy. I don't want to sacrifice a safe area that's reasonably close to my work. I work 14-hour shifts and I need some sleep. That's fair. Yeah. Honestly, if anything's going to get rid of inflation, it's going to be the housing market. Saudis are supportive of a Palestinian state. Maybe we can get an OPEC embargo and mark that off the bingo card. Gamma turns positive at 15. If we reject on 15, falls back negative to 05, 5,700. So we did test 15 here, 16, but we failed to fill the gap. Probably gonna bounce again and fill that gap. This contract sucks balls. I don't want that. Maybe this contract. Should we fail? What would that get down to? 1142? I really don't like shorting here. Although NQ does not look particularly good. Two 710. Gamma falls off a little bit more. 105 slightly supportive, but underwater. 1 second. Are you explaining dividends to AJ? No, I hate myself. Sounds like a tough conversation to have. Okay. We have a little bit of a gap still from this morning. And now we filled it. Bounce back to positive gamma. Let's see if we get resistance. $20, 100. Where are they shorting puts? 5705. Hmm. 5710. Bot puts at 15. 20. Gap fill. Stop. Should be resistance at 20 there. Hmm. There's a lot of vol shorting out of nowhere. A little bit of a push from the bulls here. Oh, yeah. Fuckers. 2025. Resistance 30. I re-enter that lower. They're selling the fuck out of these puts. Is that bullish? $57.40. Hmm. That was a very sharp reversal. Yes? A failure here would be nice. I don't know. It's a pretty aggressive pump. I mean, they're selling the at the money and the in the money put. So like the 15 and the 25. A little bit of short puts at the 30 too. We also have sold calls here that are going out of the money or in the money. So positive. There's like a small amount of resistance at 25, but 30 is more likely. Let's just see if it gets rejected, but there's not a ton of resistance right here. Gamma does fall off to the downside if we reverse though. I bought the fucking put in the first place. The 20 put. But I just confirm a breakdown at gamma neutral. Yeah, I wouldn't short anything that wasn't a confirmed breakdown. So a failure back below GM. Otherwise, this probably keeps going up. I would say 30. 30, and then if they really push it, 50. Is not out of the question. $50 is a much bigger resistance. $30, $35. Hmm. I'm still selling the 25 put. And Q's got some momentum. Retest the intraday high. So many little bull gaps. Yeah. Well, just one. This strike's a bit of a struggle for the Bulls, but if they're able to get it up into 30, they can push it out like another $15. Before we hit any bigger resistances. I mean, this was kind of the squeeze up already. We could keep moving up. There's bot calls at 30, like a lot of them. And then there's some sold calls at 40, 45. Or 35, 40. I guess we could squeeze out. 50's sold calls, bot puts, so probably not going to get much above 50. Probably won't test 50. I would say pretty difficult to get over 45, but from 35 to 45, it's just flat. So if there's momentum, price will just move in that direction. Save the next pickle jar going out of business play. I don't like that. 3.3 billion in debt. They haven't turned a profit since pre-pandemic. Sounds about right. Thoughts on bear calls for Monday? I don't know how much. If we get two tests near 50 today, I don't know how much that's going to push up the sold calls. It's either going to cause more sold calls to pile in, or it's going to cause some of them to pull back. And if the sold calls pull back, that opens up more range to the upside for next week. There's no profit taking yet. Although we might get some on the test at 30. $70.75. I don't, not today, I don't think. Next week? Yeah, possibly. Carvana earnings end of the month. Exciting. Gap fill. Bigger gap fill. That's not good. Piece of shit. No, I don't think it's gonna bounce. Fell back below the sold puts. Or the bought puts. Wow, both, actually. The fuck was the point of that? Why did they sell all those puts at spot? If they weren't going to try to get the bot calls on the money. That's a lot of puts. They couldn't continue shorting vol. Why? They're shorting vol right now. Thoughts on the longshoreman strike ending quickly rather than dragging on as hoped. I mean, it's over. I don't think it had a big effect on the market anyway, but it is over. At least temporarily. I guess the correct term is postponed. What's up, Dork? We penis? Sure. What's up? How much do the people make if they needed a 62% pay increase over 4 years? That's right. I mean, postponed, but they're coming to terms on the negotiation, so. the negotiations could fall apart and the strike could start again. Selling the 50 call, 40 call. Hag maxing? No. Over 6 years. Even worse. Getting a decent amount of bot puts. It's 20 here, but some of the short calls are pulling back. You're getting more short calls at 50 and 40, though. The lower high on NQ. Higher high on ES. Looks like they're still selling the 05, the 10. But it's going to be hard to get higher than 25.30. The 210 are on fire. Yeah. Yeah. The 2-year is up 5.34%. Is there a decent chance we dump over the weekend? Like, how much? Probably not a lot. The positioning around this range is pretty stable and boring. I guess if we lose 5,700 over the weekend, maybe. But if, like, we close today over 25, probably not. Bulls are having a way more difficult time here than they should be. Why is 25 so tough? They bought a fucking shitload of sold puts at 25, and they have bought calls at 30. Should be easy peasy. Just the puts at 20? Like, who gives a shit? I think geopolitics are making everyone hesitant. Oil's up a lot. Things are looking inflationary. The dollar's up to 102.6 today. Excellent. Yen's almost back to 150. Leverage on the 10 is 7.2x. And the yield curve is now reinverted back to the end of August. Look at this bullshit. I have a bunch of condors open for today. That's pretty much it. G4 said there was no more money left, so of course they found more money. We're not totally out of money, but there's not any. What he said was there's no money left to get it above 5,900. But inflation could go up, and that gives us more money, right? Did you call him James Fresh? Get rid of this fucking thing. Jimothy. That doesn't look great. 1 second. Where were we? Tested 15, bounced. This isn't worth playing. GN's the blue line. This is too choppy in here. We're not getting enough leverage to push the 30. We've got too much support at 15. Some of the short puts at 10 are pulling back. So maybe we're losing some of the downside support, but that might just be profit taking on the move up. It's like retest the trend here. Well, it might just fail again, but there's not enough range in the price action. Like right now we're caught between 57.15 and 25. Looks like it's going to be hard to move out of this. So it should be able to break 30, but they've been unable to. There's bot calls at 30, but now resistance is higher at 35, so there have been more calls sold at 35 and 40 while we've been chopping here. We're shorting vol pretty hard again. But I don't think it's worth playing either way. Like, even if we get the breakout, it might not last long enough to be of any consequence. We could sell off back to the downside, but we need to lose support at 15. What are your thoughts on Lloyd's banking group? They're one of the banks that went up big and got wrecked and bailed out during GFC in 2008. I don't care. Don't ask me about your stock picks. $25, $15. Just reject it again. But no 35. Hmm. This is the top for the rest of the day. I don't know about that, but there's resistance here. The bot puts at 35 might just close. And if they do, we can go up to 50. Bot puts at 20 are still open. Hmm. At least say this is the top because I'm basically at break even. Okay, so there's bot calls at 30, but there's spot puts at 35. So it's like 32, 33, and then we start to run into resistance from the puts, but everything to the downside of 30 is sold puts, so if we get rejected and fail, it might collapse through them again like it did last time. But I would say if they can get it over 35 here, they should be able to push out to 50. 40 might be a little tough, but not very. 45, 50 is probably going to be resistance. Fucking choppy price action. Hate this shit. The bank isn't facing bankruptcy, but they've got a massive amount of debt to the Bank of England, which they've never really recovered from since the GFC, which is why the stock price has been the same for fucking over a decade. Lots of downside gaps. Yeah, when this gets rejected, it probably won't be pretty, but it's not getting rejected yet. Well, probably not yet. Seems like every time we pump up this high, we just find more future sellers. Is Fubo dead? I looked earlier today. Wasn't it testing 150 again? Yeah. It's been moving up the last couple of days. It's not super illiquid, but a little bit. It's like a double bottom off of the 135. Aside from your straddle, do you own any 14 to 28 DTE puts? No. AMD is just going up because Nvidia is. That doesn't have any news. Nvidia should be running into resistance around 125 again. So fail 35. Back down to the gaps. That could take a while. Maybe I'll just sell more calls up here. Do you think AMKBY could go much lower? Yes. like $5, $6. They might start recovering now that the strike's over, though, or at least postponed from the recent drop. I know, like 57, or sorry, 7.16, $7 is supportive. It looks like they're selling the 5750s, the calls. They have been, like, a lot of them all day. They're selling the 40 too. They're not selling as many in the money calls right now, but the 25, 20, and 15 are still pretty heavily sold. So if we slip 30 back down to the downside, those sold calls are going to move out of the money as price drops, which is what happened both on the bounce up, right, as they moved in the money, and then on the next rejection as they moved back out of the money. So that range, like 25 to 15, price action's just going to move through it really quickly because of all the positioning there. What's up, Dork? Oh, DMs. Ooh, neatos. Those look very clean. Apple? I know. Ooh, fun. $25 is where it starts to fall off. We don't have a chance of breaking 5,700. I mean, it doesn't seem very likely. It's not impossible, but it would require squeezing out quite a lot of sold puts. Like, we'd have to move pretty deep into the sold puts. And they're supportive at, 25 and 15 and 10 and 05, right? So uh, it would be it would require quite a lot of momentum. Gamma right here is very positive. I think it's probably far more likely that we, like, slip 25 on a breakdown, find support at 15 again, kind of like back here. Getting under that's going to be tough. If we did lose 15, then sure, but I wouldn't try to short 5,700 from here. OTC. There's no centralized exchange, so. No more events for the day. I mean, I don't know if Biden's gonna come out and fucking say anything, but I don't think he is. Did you guys hear the news from Fitch this morning? US CMBS defaults or delinquency rates surged to the highest level since the pandemic. Bullish. Yeah. Is oil gonna cool off soon? Not if things in the Middle East keep escalating. The head and shoulders on the 1 minute. So those are consequences of today's NFP print moving forward. CPI will ramp up again. I mean, I would argue that CPI is already up, but it will be seasonally adjusted at some point again. Mm. Carvana go down now? Mm, close. Hmm. Citigroup raised their target on Carvana to 195 a share. That's totally reasonable. Let's see, tested 82 today. The high. Hold on, let me look at something. Starting to build up some puts out in like October, November OPEX. There's a bunch of options interest that falls off the end of this week, like the 177, 50, 180. What's up, Me2? Housing inventory is really starting to take off now. Yeah. Expect AMD postponed. It's above risk. If it falls back below risk, there's an entry. There were a couple good shorts on it earlier this week, but with Nvidia running, it's not worth shorting. Although if it fails 70, I might pick something up there. Nvidia is getting kind of near the top of the bot calls. There's a big sold call wall on Nvidia at 125, which it might get rejected on. I think buybacks fall off pretty hard next week, so finally fail here. Which bank is blowing up this weekend? Rates haven't gotten that high. They're up, but they're not. That's ridiculous. Bank of Pong. If we lose 25-15, if we lose 15, 05 or 5,700. I don't know. We're kind of like bleeding off a little bit here, but there's support at 25. Buy a put, you know you want to. I've thought about it a bit. I don't really want to. This price action is fucking choppy and unstable. And there's like too much downside support for like a good strong trend down. And there's clearly too much upside resistance for a strong trend up. So it's just shitty in both directions. Hmm. Look at this, right? Strike was bullish for Carvana, but the end of the strike was also bullish for Carvana. No, Carvana's options chain is just stacked at 77 and 80. had the strike persisted, it could have been bullish for Carvana, but I don't think the strike went on long enough for it to have any effect anywhere, honestly. Yep, chop, chop, chop. I've paved new roads. Ooh, where do I see? Can you go check it out and say nice things? Yeah. So CPI next week is elevated. That's it. It's all ogre. We're doing 1980s speed run again. Yeah, I mean, if CPI starts moving up and labor's gonna do its thing, then I don't see how we don't see another massive spike in inflation. Probably bigger than the one we saw earlier this year, right? But that's going to come with the same seasonal adjustments that the inflation spike earlier this year came with. Average hourly earnings are still up. They're down from the prior, but year over year is up 4%. Participation rates roughly the same. Yeah. It kind of looks inflationary, right? Maybe buy a put for a rejection at 57.35 or a call for a breakout or just like not lose money. None of it looks particularly good. It's a greater than zero chance we just close at 30. do folks have so many ants in their pants? Because this week's been boring as fuck, I assume. I know, I saw the Monte Carlo. Non-prod area. Hold on. Do I just need to refresh it? Ooh, that's fancy. How the fuck do you scroll this thing? You don't? There's some serious navigation issues with this implementation. But it looks gorgeous. It's like that paper that they teach you to spell on in kindergarten. I still use that. Oh, it looks good. What does this do? It's like a little hand. It doesn't work. Oh, okay. It's neat. I clicked it. No, it looks good. Does it stay like a fixed frame of reference? Nice. I'm gonna tease people with it. But also let them know that we won't be taking any commentary at this time. The engineering department is not open for feedback. That was just a screenshot. I'm, I can't just show them doing it live. I mean, I guess I could. Hmm. I I just picked the flattest fucking candle in market history to do this on. Everything's moving. Except to the SPX. But, you know. Here at Gamma Strike, do not use access labels or legends. Exactly. Live data would be a lot cooler if something was actually happening. Great. More ways for me to read the chart wrong and lose money. Should we be teasing the pores? Ugh. Yeah, why not? Why not? They try to tease us with GME. Are you tempted? Are GME's $3 moves getting you hot and ready, NW? The bars are moving. Yeah, that's what they do. I never got my coupon for the beta. Did you DM me or any of the team members, or are you even a pigeon whale? I've run into that one a bunch. This one dude DM'd me. He was like, "Where's my invite for the beta?" He's not even. He wasn't even a member. Like he's not a billionaire or anything. And he's like, "Well, I'd like one now." There, you gotta respect the hustle. It didn't work. No. Popcorn. You can. All you have to do is sign up. Please update your calendar accordingly. I'm not sure I like the fact that you don't have. Oh, that's nice. Uni recipes. What do I put now? Are you technically customer service? No, JFresh. And if you need to talk to him, I'll send you his private phone number. How far can this fall? What do you think? Are you still holding AMD bear spreads for October OPEX? Yeah, but I don't like them. My put is going up in price slower than your live data updates. There's a lot of support at 5,700. Care to explain what I'm looking at? No, not particularly. Ew, bounce. You have gamma on the right by strike, and then you have put call volume on the left for each strike. Ugh. How do you know what's sold and what's bought? You don't. Just like everyone else. We just guess? Yeah, you could do that. Is this live data? Yep. Why Todd low performance? I don't know. I'm gonna fill the gap below trend, though, it looks like, which is cool. What I'm taking from the data is sell straddles at market open and leave. It's a good take, actually. Wind down. We'll see where the gamma falls off, like the supportive gamma. If we go below that, which we haven't done for the last fucking hour, but we might now. I just got back it. Got back. What is this? Live data. Ooh. That's a big fucking red candle. See, and I bought a put. And that's doing great. More? I don't know. Still positive here, so I could. I somehow took profits on that one. Nice. Gotta be quick. Yep. Hmm. Yeah, it's a solid bounce right off of gamma neutral. Seems odd that VIX is still rock hard. Why? Full top and dump. Maybe. Mm. Any idiot trades here? I sold some of the like 40-50 spread earlier. On the call side. Why VM not try for 40-50? Because there's resistance to the upside. There's bought puts at 35, and there's sold calls at 40. Okay, so here's a riddle. Wind down. Yeah, I already told everybody about the Fitch CMBS delinquency thing earlier, Bob. Oh. Did you talk about save? No? Why? Someone asked me about it, I think. It's like a $1.62. It's down another 30% today. Why the fuck would anybody ever go long that piece of shit? Is there a source for the Fitch ratings news? Yeah, Fitch. What the fuck do you mean, is there a source for it? They have a website. Someone doesn't want to hold risk into the weekends. No, I think that there's just like not a lot of support at 30, and there's a lot of resistance at 35. And then there's some support at 15. What does Bazinga have to say about Fitch's so-called news? Why do corporate mortgage holders default? Have you seen the economy? Yes. In fact, I have. Who the fuck is that? I told you if my sister got a job, everyone was getting jobs. It's true. Yeah, he did. I think you described her as not being the sharpest tool in the shed. But you didn't need to, because you'd already said that she was pursuing a career in marketing. So it was really an insult to injury. As a barista. So if we get more inflation and the 10-year goes back to 5%, banks are fucked. 4.5 and higher. But yes. That would be the negative effect that could possibly happen from the Fed cutting rates before they had inflation under control. I should tell her to have AI make all her stuff. Ooh, yeah. So double-digit inflation coming? I have no idea, but I mean there's no stop on it, right? So the Fed moved policy. Well, they eased policy, right? They didn't leave it restrictive, which they could have done with a 0.25 cut. And by loosening policy, they removed the upward cap that they, well, soft cap that they had in place on CPI numbers. So if inflation goes back up again, all gas, no brakes. But it's okay. Inflation can't actually go up till we readjust it seasonally. Not a lot. Stagflation would come when Yellen moves, if Yellen has to move issuance from bills to bonds. Does Buffett's buy-in range seem like a good take profit for buying it at the bottom on Oxy? Yeah, or we go to war with Iran, oil goes back to $120 a barrel, and Oxy moons. You know, up to you. Yeah, but what if Halliburton rebuilds Iran's oil fields? I hope they do. There's nothing better than blowing up oil fields and then rebuilding them. That's the kind of economy I can get behind. Look, the earliest of my leaps expires next June. This is urgent. What does Cat have to do with it? Cat doesn't make a lot of oil drilling stuff. No. Is it because of anything specific? Yeah, yields are going up on the back end of the curve. And they should be going down, right? So everybody piled into bonds and now they're getting blown up because the bond market's crashing again. Because the Fed walked back all of their policy change, right? All of their dovishness got walked back this week. They're like, oh well, we've probably done enough for now. We, yeah, and then they're all over the place on that, right? And then all the inflation measures and labor data are coming in stronger, which supports the Fed doing nothing. So we got our 50-point cut. I hope we enjoy it. Oh, and also Bank of Japan has been, well, Bank of Japan hasn't been backpedaling, but their new prime minister has been. They were like, here's what happened. They were like, holy shit, we collapsed the spread a little bit and almost blew everything up. Let's not do that again. Is it wind down, Popcorn? So I'm day trading 0DT, SPX, and ATP like a normal person. Yeah. And the position tab has phantom contracts listed that I sold hours ago. Not the first time either. Such a good broker to trade in. Why don't you just open another brokerage account, Atomic? You can still use your Fidelity to sell your Fubo covered calls for 5 cents each. I just want to know what you're doing this weekend. I don't know. Oh, I have to, I actually have to travel somewhere. I'm going, well, not abroad, but away. Are you getting a new immune system? You mean one that doesn't attack me while failing to attack any pathogens I come into contact with? No, I like my immune system. It's a battle. It keeps me busy. I've got WeBull open, but it's only got like 20 bucks in it. You can change that. It also has options approval. The biggest problem I have with Webull is the pricing kind of sucks. Like there's a lot of slippage, but as far as UI goes, it's drastically better than Fidelity. So for intraday trading, it's worth paying the cost of the shittier fills. But IBKR is still the best. I think some of the recent changes to Tasty Trade have been pretty nice. And their fills are actually pretty good. The charts I trade against are already Weeble. I want Fidelity to Tasty. I'm loving it, but it costs more per contract. I just hate it when Kenny prices the fucking contract at the half-cent increments that I can't bid on. That sucks. Big, beautiful continuation. Yeah, we could. Let me see if anything's opening up below us. I haven't looked for a minute. So there's still bot puts at 20, which could drive a move down, but a lot of support below 20. So if we slip 20, we might get like a big fat red candle, but it'll probably bounce. Eh. Now if we somehow like lost 15, then things could get kind of spicy. How about to the upside? Kind of looks like shit. I mean, we can go back to 30. So there's like 30, maybe 32, and then resistance. Just draw a box around the last 2 hours. Here, I think I can make this easy. You take a rectangle, right? And you just go like this. There. Somewhere in there for the rest of the day. If we move outside of that, bearish to the downside, bullish to the upside. Stuck out. I mean, that's what we got going on. Is Biden speaking right now? Is he gonna say we're blowing up oil fields again? Because if he is, I'll buy a put. More simple advice like this, please. This is what I tell you guys all the time. The trick is following the advice, or just at least using the information. Alright, let me know if we go outside the box. I mean, everybody who bought the 2-year over the last month is pretty fucked right now. Because the Fed cut rates in September, and then everybody piled into bonds like crazy, and now they're all getting blown up. The Condor last night was better. That would have been a good one to sell. Actually, it's kicking ass right now. 95% realized gains. Or unrealized gains. I should just close it. We don't have to risk anything at the end of the day. Close it, leave it open. Close it, leave it open. Close it. 98% chance of profitability. I would close it. I'll lose 40 bucks, though. per condor, which is gross. I'll mail you 50. Gherk's the kind of guy that hits on 20 and blackjack. No. That's ridiculous. Who would do that? Wait, hold on. Does dealer have a, like, face card? Splitting tens is dope. Sure. Why wouldn't you? I bought APLE calls instead of Apple calls. Will it still print? Draw another box under the box. The SPX knows it has somewhere to go. No. Block, we're in danger of being out of the box. Okay. But not out of the box, right? See, that's really the key part of this analysis. We're either in the box and no one knows what's going to happen to the price, or we're out of the box and we've revealed ourselves. We've revealed the direction. This is no longer Schrodinger's price action outside the box. That's why you make the big bucks. You guys all could have sold the iron condor that I did at the end of the day yesterday, too. When in doubt, bet on Kenny. I'm not a criminal. Hmm. 95% on mine. This is my new favorite strat. It's not gonna work every day. It just worked one day for a specific reason. Do you typically hold contracts over the weekend? I usually straddle or strangle over the weekend. Well, usually straddle, sometimes strangle. Yeah. Not gonna listen. I'm gonna chase SPX iron condors every day for the foreseeable future. But the problem with them is the loss exceeds the total. Well, I mean, there's a few other problems, but the max loss exceeds the total credit, right? So on a move outside of your expected range, you will lose more money in one day than you will make winning over 2 days. It's simple, just don't lose. Which is great until you have like a 300% day. $300 bips. Does it make sense to combine 3 DTE straddle with 0 DTE iron condor? You can. Yes. That is a thing you can do. It's not even that bad of a thing, actually. tell you, butterfly, every day you can make 500%. Will you? No, but could you? Butterflies are pretty cool. If you were better at this, you'd be rich. I know. I'm having a boring yet irritating day. Well, I mean, it's boring. Do what catalyst things? They're shorting vol really hard again. So that's exciting. Colonel pooped in my hands yesterday. That was fun. I thought you should know. Hmm. How? How do you... Were you, like, carrying him? Glock, we stayed in the box. The cat is dead. Interesting. Can this get over 35? Probably not. Chance of dumping into close. Only possible if we go below 15. Why is nobody respecting the box? I still have the comically large water bottle. I haven't used it in a while, but I do own it. Because the box is a fun killer. No, it's not. It's just a different kind of fun. Chance of going below 15. Not great. Buy calls at the bottom of the box, puts at the top. Hmm. I just drew a box on my phone screen with a wax pencil. Much better. I mean, alright, so, you know, oh, I can use the thing, right? Just show, I'll just use the live data and explain it. So, to the upside of spot, right? This way. Gamma is positive, but that's also resistance, right? So if we break up, we can move up to like right here. And then to the downside, we have support. Right? So price can fall really easily into that pocket or rise into that pocket. But it's not gonna really do much else. Hence the box. Now, if somehow we were to fall below that, which is 57.15, then yeah, then we could move down to right there. And now everything moved. God damn it. Anyway. Gherk's showing where the paddles are in Stock Pong. It's not Stock Pong. It's Brick Breaker. I'm showing where the bricks are. I don't know what I did, but my knuckles are insanely itchy. What's a sign of AIDS? Shit. That means money is coming your way? Hmm. Yeah. My iron condors are going to close at the end of the day. That's not predictive. You've drawn the eye of Kenny for exposing his tricks. Give Hawkish Paws tummy rubs? Did he come out from under the couch? Actually, he did. That's big news. I forgot to mention that. He briefly came out from under the couch for almost an entire day. And then he tried to sleep on my kitchen counter, and I was like, no, shoo. And then he went back under the couch. Baby steps. Trump claimed Jamie D endorsed him, and Jamie D is like, nah. No, the cat doesn't have a name, but I just let people pick whatever they want to call him. Are we getting stock bots again? He has a plaything, but he only uses it at night when I'm asleep. That was really helpful, by the way. No problem. That's the point. That's why we made it. We were like, how can we help people ask me fewer questions throughout the trading day? I mean, that's really what business is, in its essence, is finding a problem and solving it. When does that particular chart arrive with the product? Uh, as soon as we're done with it. It's very, very far from done. Well, it's not very far from done. It's wired up, but it's not ready. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Are you guys tracking CRM? I don't know what that means. Oh, yeah, we have the ticker. Why? You could listen to it on Spotify. The seasonal adjustments aren't anytime soon. I think they're in December. Can you fast forward until the end of the day? Oh God, I wish. We do have Salesforce data, if wondering. Basically, we have data for anything that has a lot of options volume. We need to add some more stuff for R2K. Why would you want to carry calls into the weekend given geopolitical volatility? I would think they would want to take profit and dump in case World War III breaks loose. What if World War III is bullish? We can't even make it across the box of sadness. Well, the most likely closing price is in the middle of the box of sadness. My condors? I haven't closed it yet. I mean, they're pretty wide. But I did get 20 more dollars out of them. So I mean, I guess I could. I'm not going to really get much more money out of them anymore. Yeah, I might close them. I opened them at 650 and 750, so it's real wide. Is the data on Gamma Strike live now? No, that's the stuff we're working on. But we're getting ready to implement it. Yeah. That was great money for such a wide condor. Yeah. Well, I mean, really wide legs, right? But yeah. Volatility, like risk premium for this morning was insanely high. So I figured why why straddle or strangle and pay a fuck ton of money when I could just sell the options. Which worked out. It's pretty cool. VIX under 19. Yep. Say we drop below 15, would it be straight down, or is there another level of support? 5705. If we get 5743, would short be risky up there? Why are we getting 5743? To retest the intraday high? If that happens, it's gonna happen like during power hour. And it's really hard to say if bulls would be able to hold it or not. Buffett dumped more B of A. Nice. So yeah, we could squeeze some of the short calls into the end of the day, but we would still need to get above 35 to do it, which so far has been a bit of an issue. Closer, so that's neat. Can this get rugged? Yeah. I mean, well, a little bit. It could fall back to 30. From 30, it could get rugged a little. Like, there's room to move back to gamma neutral. Remember, there's not, like, because we're so close to gamma neutral, there's not a lot of positive gamma. So the market maker is not, like, buying the dip strongly. Ten years creeping up to 4. Yeah. Can something break today? Everything looks pretty stable. Hence why I drew the box. A symbol of strength and rigidity. Get another sub $5 entry on AQN. Okay. Only 24 cents away. It's held up pretty well so far. Oh, 1 second. All right. Bullish or bearish for next week? We have CPI next week. That'll be pretty important. Probably something to think about. Don't want to. I'm shorting Carvana. That's not the worst entry. Yeah, maybe not the worst entry. I think we have quite a lot of data next week, besides CPI. Well, we have CPI and PPI, but there's also like German balance of trade again, which has had a big effect on the dollar, and we have FOMC minutes on Wednesday. So the end of next week's gonna be a big deal. The beginning of next week kind of fucking boring. So probably more chop or bullish price action in the first half of the week if we're gonna get any. Close today could be kind of important. If we close above GM, well, I guess it depends how far above GM we close. We'll have to see if any of the options interest filled into the upside of 57.25. There wasn't fucking much yesterday. It's one of the reasons we dumped today. It's because there was nothing up around 57.45 to support the price holding there. It feels like a face ripper into close kind of day. Yeah. Yeah, we could. There's like short calls up to 50 they could get squeezed, but there's still resistance at 35 that has to be broken. And if we don't break through the resistance at 35, we're just not gonna, we're either going to get rejected or just not go anywhere. Like closing at 30 is perfectly reasonable. The box will save us. All hail the box. You could have emphasized the strength of the box without the crossbeam bracing. Possibly. But it would have felt different. What do you mean it's shaking? How big are the outer labias on the box? What? It's the wrong kind of box. It's. You're thinking? Are you thinking of the gamma gravity from the other day? That's down at 25. If we close here on this button, if you will, Kenny wins. So does the market, really. Dirk sending out DMs of his shame cave again. My girlfriend says you need a new hat. Like one that doesn't say VWAP. This one's only like 2 months old. I ordered new hats in March. I already closed my condors. I actually don't care what happens to the rest of the day. So we pump into CPI. Pump into what? You guys really have a bias towards the market moving a lot, huh? What if, and hear me out, flat? Like, you know the flat that's been going on for the last few weeks? More of that. Flat is when I lose the most money. Why is there a space between VW and AP? You know, I don't know, because the seam's not there. It's just bad. It's just bad kerning. Shitty kerning in the digital. Well, the seam's kind of there. The old one didn't have that problem. Like the old style of VWAP hat. That had good kerning. But I can't get anyone to make that one again. Where's the cookies hat? You know what? It's actually in this room. Auction off the old hats. They're disgusting. And I don't want to know how into that you guys are. Exactly. You know, buying my old hat isn't gonna, like, leech my brain power into you. Hat maxing. It's not about brain power. It's about centaur DNA. Prove it. We can clone the cells and make another stock god. I don't like that. There can be only one. I wonder if a lesser man would have an existential crisis from waking up every morning and banning bots of himself. It's like multiplicity, but if he had to just like kill them every day. Can you spit into the hat I buy from you? I wasn't selling you one. Imagine two Gherks arguing. Ugh. I went out with a girl who was an analyst at UBS for like a year. It was terrible. Two Gherks should never argue or have sex with each other. I think at one point we both contemplated murdering each other. Two Gherks at the same time. But that's the premise of all my fan works. Are you guys enjoying the box? Is that Alice in Chains? Excellent. If AI were trained on all of your stream audio, how do you think it would perform? I have no idea. Poorly. That's how AI performs. It'd just be like a stupid version of everything I've ever said. Like a search engine. Like a shitty search engine that makes things up. Bing. Also Google search now because of the AI component. I have seen the AI summaries of this place. Upside of the box. Bullish. Chad is talking about if the stock box has labias. Yeah, it's a reasonable question. That's what happens when you go outside of the box. Well, the top. The bottom would have been bearish. Fubo above 150 again? Ooh, it's time for me and Atomic to crush the price. Excellent. Wait, what? Leave Fubo alone. Doesn't David Gambler want to buy more at a cheaper price? I'm also in on this Fubo price crushing. Hmm. I already have a lot of 150 cc's sold here. Help me out and sell more. I have to step away from my desk. So if inflation ticks up next week, is JPOW completely fucked? I mean, he's not fucked, but it will apply the first layer of clown makeup to his face this quarter. It's got a lot of layers. He can't hike, right? Well, he can. He can hike back to 5.5. What big red line? Let's get weird. Oscillate the rates. That's what I want. I want a randomized federal funds rate every morning. It could be anywhere between 0.1 and 80. Oh, shit. I'm back. We moved up. We could test 50 on this. Maybe 45, but 50 is possible. We're close enough to the end of the day. It doesn't need to be very strong. It just needs to squeeze out the sold calls. trying to do something with Google. But what? Hmm. Interesting. I think I might close my Microsoft puts. Does anybody play the short play on Microsoft? A lot of those bonds are posted as collateral for other over leveraged positions. But I think most of those flows have gone into commodities. Why are calls for straddle strangles still so expensive? CPI next week and FOMC minutes. Everyone's very excited to find out what exactly was behind the Fed's decision to cut 50 points instead of 25. The 2-year is up to 600 BPS. Yep. Yeah, time to probably get bullish on, well, maybe time to get bullish on tech. Correlation's probably going to start to turn around a lot harder if that keeps up. And if we get heightened inflation, rates are going to go up even more. Why did YouTube autoplay this? Autoplay what? I don't know. When Powell pivot to we cannot let data drive all the decisions, we had a hunch. Oh. 2025. Imagine if you guys had just gone long when the top of the box broke. You didn't answer the first part of my question. When will rocketing yields start being bearish? Oh, bearish for equities? They may not be a positive for equities anyway, because the dispersion trade might get levered up a bit. But there's a reasonable expectation that money will just keep flowing into commodities, right? Because we still have a lot of geopolitical risk. And the returns on commodities are significantly better than the returns on equities. I kind of expected that into the back half of this year anyway, that we would start to see money pull out of tech and move over into commodities. And that's starting to happen now. I don't know if it's really pushed enough for it to be definitive, but I did. Nice. Reject sharply off 50 or new all-time high. I don't think we're anywhere near the all-time high right now. The all-time high is at like 67. 50 is solid resistance. Intraday high, maybe. How the fuck is that higher? 57.4602. Yeah, alright. 56. Do we typically move up into FOMC CPI? I would say typically the price action preceding CPI and FOMC minutes is usually pretty fucking flat because um, everyone's just betting on both sides of it. Expectations are that CPI is going to rise again this month. Possibly. I mean, positionally, I don't think like the S&P is very bullish above like 57.25. I mean, to move higher, we've got to start squeezing off like a lot of short calls, and we don't really have the like supportive positioning or the like the in the money delta to pull that off. So I would say there's a little room to the upside, but not very much. Maybe like 75. But gamma neutral is still really fucking close to spot, so the chances of us just like hitting a high and then failing back below GN is pretty high here still. There's just not a lot of support. When CTAs buy more, I don't know if they will. Maybe above like 5,800, we could see some CTAs buy more, but I mean they're kind of maxed out positionally. We didn't even hit like the big CTA trigger on the last correction, so they're still holding shit from like beginning of September. They can't just buy infinitely. They'll stay long unless we fall back below like um, 56.30, 55.70. then they'll start to shed positioning. But we need like a 1.5 standard deviation move down to get for them to sell any. There's just not much more buying left on the upside from them. Historically, how rare are the size of the 2023-24 gains in the market? I mean, the only other time they've been seen is like during bubbles, right? The tech bubble. I mean, in the last 50 years, the tech bubble and the real estate bubble. AMD turned around quite a bit. Yeah, it just kept pumping on the video. It's got resistance here, and there's still sold calls at 165, but it needs to fall back under them to fail. It can. It can fall back to 162 really quickly. Any good ATF FTDs coming up? We're kind of past that period. Maybe like Monday, Tuesday next week, we'll have a little bit more, but there's not going to be much left. Are we going to squirt into close? We could test 50. 50 is a big resistance. We still haven't tested it yet, though. Let's not say we did. I would say maybe like test 50 and then profit taking pulls us back down. If I had to pick. It's not a lot of support under 40 though. So if we lose 40, probably back to 30. Yeah, because the 40-35 sold calls would go back out of the money. Yeah. MQ's kind of overperforming a little bit. Why the fuck is Russell up on rising rates? Can this rocket past all-time high today? I don't think so. There's a big vol short. Should go. I'm gonna go long TQQQ over the weekend. Hmm. Hmm. How long? If it loses 40, gamma falls off really fast. Hmm. All right. Are you being a new condor for the weekend? Maybe. I was looking at it. I don't like it very much, though. Yeah, it's not worth it. Yesterday's was good. This sucks. What does the weight of charm kick in? I mean, the effective charm here should be fairly positive. And it's already having some effect. I mean, it's keeping us above 57.40. I don't think it wants to dump that bad. NQ looks like it wants to fucking rocket back up to 2035 or 2335. Hmm. They lost steam here. Well, we're at a major resistance. If we break 50, we're gonna get some steam. We have 5 minutes. So 50. Let's see if there's any profit taking. If the break gets rug pulled, that would be bad, but I would say maybe try to squeeze some of the sold calls here into the end of the day. We got 5 minutes, like 4 minutes. Mm. That's not a lot of selling on the test. How many Fubo synthetic longs are too many? I just go synthetic long the number of options I think Atomic is sold. Win rejection. Well, if we were gonna get one, it would have been on the test of 50. There's not really there's not really anything to the upside of 50, but putting it in the money puts a lot of longer dated delta in the money. I don't I don't know if the effect is going to be that substantial, but there will be some effect. If it can hold 50. There wasn't a lot of profit taking on the test. We got like a little bit here, not very much on the second test. Looks like sold calls are still coming into the upside, so the bears don't give a shit. Bulls are selling puts at 60, so that's where they're trying to squeeze to. And then we have sold puts at 45, 40 to the downside, and sold calls, so any big sell off could slip kind of hard. Upstart Gamma Max. I do. $42.82. Ding ding. Wow, they held 50. That's impressive. I would say that's probably the most bullish close that would be possible today. Not bad. So just a bit shy of the 101 basis point move priced in for today, but slightly above today's earlier high. And we dropped and filled the gap, so there's some sustainability in the price action here. Is this bullish for next week? Maybe. We'll have to see how options interest is filled out to the upside today, um, which I'll know this weekend. But as of earlier today, there wasn't very much upside interest, and it does seem that like most of today's price action was just push, like the upside push was just sold puts. Um, those will fall off today, and that might open up a little bit of weakness going into Monday morning. Um, for a weekly expiration, there was a shitload of gamma on today's expiration. So, um, yeah, we might get a little bit of a pullback as things reposition into the beginning of next week, and then maybe like mean revert back towards like 57, 50, 60 as we approach FOMC minutes and CPI. For futures, as a close above 57.98, which is a decent signal, but still below a full reversal, which we would need to get back up around 58.20 to see. Um, but not bad. I mean, it's top of today's trend. We broke a little bit above it and then moved a little below it. Another rejection here could see us fall back to the long-term trend again. Remember, that has a lot of draw because that's kind of where GN and, well, both of the GNs, both GN on the monthly and GN on the weekly are located, right? So, if we fall back below like 57.85, probably revisit that and maybe tap the downside of the trend. But anything short of a loss of 57.55 is probably going to continue this uptrend. So as long as we hold 57.75 into next week on ES, things will probably stay fairly bullish into the mid end of next week. Um, Commodities moving up again. Oil, agriculture. Looks like copper moved back up a little bit. Gold falling a little bit, but the dollar strengthening a lot. So I'm not really surprised that we see gold in a slight decline. Although commodities futures are up each day over the last 3 days. We have not moved back to that initial spike we got on the Chinese data. So trending up but not breaking out, right? Dollar up quite a lot today. Yields at the back end of the curve, middle of the curve up quite a lot. The 5 and the 2 year up the most, with the 2 year moving up to 3.924. We're starting to see the yield curve reinvert, um, which is something we've been watching. It's starting to happen a lot more rapidly now. Alongside that will mean correlation will start to come down rapidly, and we're already starting to see that throughout today, right? Big drop in correlation as participants start to go long vol the underlying short vol the index. We should see an increase in short volatility positioning. Initially, that could mean that we see a lot of realized vol crush, um, and not too much upside, or too much more upside. But over time, as the yield curve reinverts more, that short vol positioning will start to drive prices higher than they currently are. Forward yield on vol negative 6.45. The 10 year on the carry getting leveraged up very, very hard. Back to 7.24, which is starting to push to where we were early August before Japan announced their rate cuts, or their rate hike. Right. So right before that big like Nikkei flash crash, um, I would say if we start to see it move above like 8x again, that's gonna be where we see like that leverage turn really bullish. For equities, for equity indexes. The primary beneficiary of that will be QQQ. Tech was the most over levered. It was the one hurt most by the loss in leverage. And if you look, you know, still very far from its all time highs relative to like where SPX is. We've got QQQ all time highs at like 503, right? Or we could do NQ. Doesn't fucking make a difference. Uh, so like 2983, and we're at 2222 right now. Whereas ES is right there by its all-time high at 5830. So a lot more room for QQQ to move, not as much for tech. And part of that move will be that small mid caps, industrials, manufacturing, utilities, all the things that have benefited from rates going down will underperform, right? And so that's how you'll get that divergence where tech can outperform the rest of the index, and so SPX might be kind of stagnant, slowly climbing, whereas QQQ can rocket up day after day, and fill that space in. Because S&P is broader, it'll be more affected by those certain sectors underperforming, whereas QQQ is almost just entirely tech, and it'll benefit the most from the move in tech. Bond vol flat yesterday, which is surprising. I don't know if it'll be flat today, given the outsized moves especially in the 10 and the 2-year. The 2-year almost moved up 6% today, or 22 points. The spread between the 10 and the 2 now at 0.05 ish, not even point 0.04. So getting really close to reinverting. Skews continuing to move up. That'll do that as things get more bullish and there's less and less tail risk hedging. 54.38% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average, which is, well, I guess it's end of day yesterday, so we'll have to see what it looks like today. I think that prints in like 6 more minutes. We're continuing to see some of that divergence on the daily, so we're still getting a lot of short dated short vol, right? But not longer dated short vol. And we're seeing, if we look out on the weekly, correlation is still rising. You can also kind of see this in VIX 3M versus VIX, right? Like cash VIX. Like the cash VIX is a 30-day window, and then 3M's the 3-month. And if you, obviously, like they're going short vol in the short term, which is driving cash VIX under VX. But if you look at VIX 3-month, it's still over, right? So the 3-month expectation for volatility is higher than the 30-day expectation for volatility. Is kind of how you want to look at that. But it's also a little bit more revealing about how they're shorting vol, right? They're not shorting vol really far out. There's too much geopolitical risk and shit going on. So just shorting vol in the near term. So keep an eye on that. We will keep an eye on that. Fed fund futures now cutting back to that 1.5 rate cut range that we had discussed a little bit earlier. Anyway, that's it. I'll see you guys Saturday at 12:30. Thank you so much. I hope everybody has a wonderful weekend. Or Sunday, 12:30. Later.